The Board of Trustees regular meeting of Wednesday, April 12th, and the special meeting of Wednesday, April 12th are open at this moment at 2:59. I'm early. That clock is wrong. This meeting is called to order. Do we do a roll call first? Because it's listed before virtual participation. Okay.
Trustee Aguilar? Trustee Davis?
Present.
Trustee Garrett?
Present.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Nicolau? Present. Vice President Richards is. Board President Beggs?
Here.
And Student Trustee Maria Marquez?
Present.
Can you
Thank you.
respond to the questions listed in the agenda?
Oh, present and yes to all three.
Quorum is established.
Okay, according to 2.3, the Board of Trustees approves governing board members' request for participation in the board meeting virtually. We can do that citing just cause or emergency circumstances. And I understand that our student trustee is not feeling well and has graciously decided to be on Zoom because she may have a contagious illness. And so that is for the record that we are using the just cause so that you can participate remotely. And I hope you feel better. We do not. We don't need to vote. Okay.
And just for the record, the majority of the board is present in one location, the location of the meeting, so. And the only question that we need to ask student trustee Marquez is if there's anyone in the room present with you at this moment.
No, there is none.
Okay, and you might also want to note that Trustee Richards has arrived. Are there any statements of conflict to declare at this time? No? Okay. Are there any public comments? We are at 2.5.
I don't see any raised hands via Zoom.
Okay, there are no public comments. We are now going to recess to the closed session. We will be covering 3.2, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Employee Organizations, CSEA. The agency negotiator is Catherine Pritchard. Also 3.3, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Employee Organizations, YFA, with Rex Randall Erickson. And I believe I skipped one. I think. Yes. Dismissal, discipline, release, reassignment, and appointment 3.1. So we are now going into closed session at 3:02. Sorry about that. All right, we're calling this meeting to order at 5:32. Milton, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. Trustee Richards? If you need it for the record, it is April 12th, 2023. All right. Graciela, can you do the establishment of quorum if we need to do that?
Sure. Student trustee Maria Marquez.
Present and yes to all three.
Thank you. Trustee Aguilar.
Present.
Trustee Davis.
Present.
Trustee Garrett.
Here.
Trustee Hinton. Here. Trustee Nicolau.
Present.
Vice President Richards.
Here.
President Beggs.
Here.
Quorum is established.
Thank you. We have no report out from closed session. That's 4.4. Are there any changes in the order of business? No. Are there any statements of conflict? That would be 4.6. No. All right. Next up is the approval of the minutes of the March 1st, 2023 Board of Trustees special meeting.
So moved. I'm second.
Oh.
Who was the first? I can
Meanie,
hear, but I
miny, mo,
don't.
I couldn't tell.
Was it Trustee Hinton? Sometimes I can try to distinguish the voice. Trustee Aguilar,
Yes.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards.
Yes.
President Beggs.
Hi.
Vote is 7-0, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so the next scheduled minutes are the March 8th, 2023 regular meeting. And so the recommended action is that we approve that.
Motion to.
We'll reverse it for that one.
Trustee Aguilar, or Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards.
Yes.
President Beggs,
Yes,
Trustee Aguilar.
Yes.
Vote is 7-0, motion carries.
thank you. Next up, we have public comments, and I believe I have one from Cassandra Gomez. Is that correct? Welcome.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, administrators, and staff. My name is Cassandra Gomez, and I am here representing an organization called Take a Stand Stanislaus. We are a nonprofit grassroots advocacy group where we are focusing this legislative season with advocating for our children's safety and education up at the Capitol. And the reason I'm here today is because I want to bring to your attention an Assembly Bill 659. It's also called the Cancer Prevention Act. We call it the HPV Mandate Act or bill. And it essentially has been amended several times. It started in the beginning of the year being focused for 8th to 12th graders. And that's why I haven't seen you before. You haven't seen me before. It was recently amended now to affect any first-time enrollees to California state universities, California or University of California's, also California state community colleges, where if you are under the age of 26, you're a first-time enrollee, you would be required to have the HPV immunization as a condition of enrollment. And at Take a Stand Stanislaus, we do not believe that our state legislators should be working on any type of laws that are going to create barriers for anybody to receive any education, lower education, particularly higher education. So I'm here tonight to bring that to your attention. I will follow up with an email to each of you individually, giving you links to the actual bill itself, as well as a portal to the California Position Portal, letter portal, so that way you can provide your opposition. And that's essentially what we're asking for tonight, is for you to provide opposition to this bill, because again, we do not believe that higher education, there should be any barriers put in place. This is my first time here tonight, and since I am here, I do want to also acknowledge that I absolutely love the Greater Valley Museum, and I just beg that you keep that museum open. The planetarium is awesome. My son's school is going to be having a field trip at the end of the month, and it was very difficult to get in for a field trip because it's so popular in COVID, having all the restrictions. So I do want to acknowledge that. I'm a product of the California Community College system. So I know how vital it is for people to have access to community colleges. And again, I would hate to see anyone not going the community college route just because of a requirement that would not be their personal choice to make medically. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And since you haven't been here before, I just want to point out that when items are not on the agenda, we can't comment. So don't take it personally. We don't comment on any public comment that's not on the agenda.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
President Beggs, there is a raised hand in the Zoom. CSEA Lisa Shutt.
Okay, thank you. Lisa?
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I apologize. My internet is a little unstable, so I'm not going to turn on my camera. But I just wanted to share. So this is Lisa Shutt with the MJC Child Development Department, and I wanted to thank President Beggs and Trustees Aguilar and Trustee Davis, and also interim MJC President Chad Redwing for attending our Child Development Helen Ralph reception that we held on April 4th. It was our first one since 2019, and it was very well attended. We were a packed house at Mary Stuart Rogers, and it was a celebration to honor our child development graduates, certificate recipients, and scholarship recipients. And we were super excited that we had such a great response to the event. We really were kind of unsure. Are people still hesitant to come out? Are people going to come, or is it, are they excited? And believe me, they were excited. And so we were just really happy with how everything turned out, and we appreciate your support. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be there. Okay, so let's see. We are now up to, I believe, committee reports. Let's start with the Finance Committee report with past Chair Garrett.
Thank you, President Beggs. The Finance Committee met on Monday, April the 3rd, and attendance was myself, Trustees Aguilar, and Trustee Dr. Melton Richards. Usual course of business, so we had our financial update. Once again, my thanks to staff and everyone involved for keeping us currently in a sound financial position. So well done there. We got a update on our FTEs. And once again, we're making incremental progress, which is always a good thing. So both colleges, but particularly the hard work at Modesto Junior College and in keeping that positive progression of bringing students in and seeing some positive growth in our FTEs is always great news. So extreme shout out to both colleges, but in particular the hard work being done at Modesto Junior College. We thank you. We had two other presentations. We had a good discussion on the fitness center, and we've got a recommendation on that. Again, it was a good dialogue between the committee members and staff that was there. I think we made some progress, right, Dr. Richards? Yep. So we can get into that in detail later, but it was a really good discussion focused on what our immediate priorities are. So that's always a good thing. And then we had a presentation, a general presentation on what a potential bond would look like and some of our options related to that bond. And that's something that's going to be coming back to the board tonight. Yep. So we'll have further discussion when we bring that agendized item up. So did I miss anything, my fellow committee members? Okay. Any questions? Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up is the Board Policy Committee report with Trustee Nancy Hinton.
Hi, we met on April 10th, this last Monday, and we went through the second readings and Nicolau. And we invite anybody who wants to come. The next one will be in April, and I'm sorry, or May. What's the date?
May
May 8th. So
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Yes. We may be changing the day and time, but as of right now, it'll be at 1 o'clock on that Monday. So
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are going to go to the special presentation, 6.1 on the anticipated gas line repairs. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Chancellor, and administrators. I'm happy to see you this evening and to talk about gas lines. I always say facilities is fun, gas lines not so much, but we're going to provide you some great information on it tonight so we can make some great conclusions for the campus. Next slide, please. The chronology of events that happened over a period of time in February and also in March was that we had a large leak over at John Muir, so large that they smelled the gas leak inside of the classrooms. Security acted very quickly and closed down the facility, and we were able to have PG&E and also staff on site. Yolanda Paragill and myself happened to be still here on campus. Went out to site, took a look, we shut down the facilities, notified the president, and then began to analyze and try to put this back together. Problematic was that it is PVC pipe. It's not a normality that you would find in the construction industry. In addition, the PVC pipe was ran through transite pipe, which is asbestos containing, so we had special hazardous materials we had to handle. So we took a leak detection report to finally analyze where some of these leaks were because we couldn't get pressure in the lines, and PG&E would not sign off on putting us back into action, rightly so. Next slide, please. So of the 21 leaks that were found, they rank them as grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. Grade 1 obviously is hazardous. They have all been corrected. Grade 2, they do need to be addressed soon. Yolanda Paragill and myself have been working on the possibility of repairing them this summer and working a lot on Fridays on those particular leaks because obviously we won't need the gas as much during the summer and less disruption to the campuses. The grade 3 leaks, we are going to try to talk about either for next summer or this summer. Depends on how far along we get. One of the most important things to consider as we start to repair these gas lines is between the joints. When we are making the corrections, the PVC pipe fractures. And when it fractures, it causes a leak downstream. So we may be chasing for a while this summer. So again, we want to handle the grade 2 leaks. That will be coming out of some emergency funds that I have reserved just for these types of emergencies. And we're going to be addressing those. Next slide, please. with this, we have to look at what we have in the ground and also talk about upgrading our current gas lines. We know what we have in ground. In some areas it's PVC, some is steel, and we do have some polyethylene on campus. That's where the newer construction is. The new gas loop and new gas meters would be considered. So not to disrupt the campus, we would install a loop around the exterior of the West Campus feeding to the buildings so we don't have to shut them off all at the same time, right? We want to keep instruction going. We try really hard not to interrupt them. We would replace the regulators, the shutoff valve, and the signage. Next slide, please. Signage is a requirement by OSHA, so that's why that needs to be replaced. The preliminary engineering report, and I call it preliminary because we put this together very, very quickly. And we did this for some work that Chancellor was doing for us, trying to get us some funding. It gave us an anticipated construction cost and also timeline. We did escalate the construction cost for 2 years because it's going to take some time to engineer this, and we do need a full, thorough engineering study. It really should be done because it's going to save you money in the long run. There's large portions of this campus that are extremely old and extremely new. Why replace new systems when you don't have to? But we have to investigate it. We have to pull up all those plans. We have to take a look at what we have so that we know what to replace. So that's why we did the escalation, which you see $1 million there because construction costs are always rising. The total project would be $8.2 million, and the project timeline 2 to 3 years. Now, again, we would take care of the most dangerous area first, which is located over on the east side of our campus. It does feed 65% of our instructional facilities. So again, this would be the first place we would go into, and then we'd have to abandon the lines in place. If you wanted to take the lines out, the old PVC and the old Translight, it would cost a huge amount of money. Now, our buildings stand for a large period of time. They usually do not get demoed. They're fine in the ground, not going to really hurt anybody. This campus has been here for quite some time. Before that, it was a World War II facility. We don't run into those lines too much. So they're fine in the ground. They're okay. They're not going to hurt anybody. They're contained. So we would abandon in place. We'd replace with polyethylene and hopefully have a solid gas system for you. That's the information on the gas report. Are there any questions or anything I could explain further?
Do you physically go in and dig and look at the lines, or is it based on, how many years they've been in and best practice and that kind of stuff?
Are you talking about the reporting, or are you talking about the new polyethylene line?
Really, all of them.
Okay, so when we investigate the systems, we have information from our old reports and civil drawings that have been incorporated into a very large schematic plan. I can tell you where all your gas lines, your water lines, everything is on your campus. So what we don't know, we know there's the line there, but we don't know what it contains, right? Which is why we found out the PVC and the Transite were still here. So part of the exploratory work would be looking at and potholing those areas that we need to, I almost broke that, that we need to go into to see what it is before we replace or start that tie-in. That will be minimalistic. Now, the polyethylene line can be bored, which means that it can be pushed through the ground. So it's not trenching per se. We might get into some areas that are hard to navigate because we have a lot of different utilities feeding the building in the same location where that might be appropriate. But my understanding is the polyethylene line can be predominantly bored, which would save us some dollars and save us the trenching and the additional OSHA requirements for trenching capabilities.
Can work be accomplished between now and summer, or do you really have to wait till summer to begin?
Well, we have about 3 weeks left of the session. And I would be very concerned if we started it and we broke a line and we had to abandon our educational facilities and require Sherry Suarez and Chad to find new locations for those areas. Harder still are the Tenaya complexes that have the auto body areas and the machine shops where we can't replicate those lecture types of environments. So I would be concerned, it's going to take us a while to figure out how to do this anyway. So I would say let's let the semester finish, and then we have those Fridays to be able to construct and repair. But it's a great question.
I have a not so great question, but what do we use the gas for?
Heat.
Just heat?
Heat and some hot water. There are some units that have certain types of gas piped to them, but like boilers, things like that. But predominantly it's heat.
Okay.
Which is why
At my
summer's
house.
always better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your house.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
So summer's a great time to work on that.
Correct. Which is, if we were going with this $8.2 million project, I would recommend that we bid it November, December, then award it, and then start it right after spring semester.
Excellent, thank you.
President Beggs, just want to point out, we do have the student trustee, Maria Marquez, that
Yes.
has the raised hand.
Maria, thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Well, it doesn't have to do relationship with the cost, but more of when it happened, did you send an email to all staff, faculty, and classes that were taken at the time that it happened to inform them that the classes would be canceled?
Yes, I believe that information came from Modesto Junior College. When we get into an emergency situation on our campuses, Yolanda and I are out in the field rectifying and trying to solve the issuance. So we form what is an EOC, and folks take direction and notify. So I believe everybody was notified very quickly. Chad, yes, correct. In fact, Chad was there that night in the security office with us. It was a couple of really long weeks, right, Yoli? I think it was 85-hour weeks those weeks, so it was a lot.
Because I wanted to make sure, because I do believe it was when we got the email was on February 2nd, correct, or 3rd?
You know, I can't remember exactly the date, because like I said, those weeks were kind of a little bit of a blur, but I believe that MJC sent that out notification to everybody, and I think they even posted notices on the buildings. But to answer your question, yes, we always try to inform everybody quickly.
The reason of my question was because when I go to the Pirates Pantry a lot on West Campus. So I was talking with one of the English learning classes, one of the older ladies. She told me that they didn't have any idea about the situation and they got in. That's when the security came in and told them that they were not allowed. So I was curious about if they were informed as well, since they were, I believe, like 15-20 minutes into their class when they got told that they couldn't stay there.
Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate, and I'm so sorry that happened to these folks. Chad will work with the cabinet and make sure that we can get that information out there as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Did anyone else have a comment or?
So the process first, you're going to get an engineering report before you go out to bid, and is it going to go out to bid as one, or are you going to do it in phases?
The first thing that we would do is repair the number 2 leaks. That doesn't require anything other than Yolanda and I working with a contractor. So again, the grade 2
that one
leaks.
doesn't go to bid?
It may if it reaches the threshold, but $15,000 right now until we get to CUPCA. But we also don't know how quickly we're going to get through those leaks. So we have to do some research on our end and figure out how we can best approach it, which we've just started to do that research, and we just found funds, so we'll be able to work on these. You had a 2-part with that. Okay, good. So the next step, though, is then to get the engineering study done, but we wouldn't do that until we've secured the $8 million for the project, because there's no sense in doing the engineering study if we're not going to do the construction.
The $8 million is really, is just an estimate, right?
It is an estimate. That's correct, because we need to look at what it is. This may come back and it may be 5 million.
Because the company that we have here, they're the ones, they did the study and then they put a bid for how much they would do it for, right? That's not usual.
No, not at all. The people that did the study here, there's two. You have, they did a gas leak detection, so that's the second piece. The original study was done by our engineering and architectural firm. Neither of those entities will bid on the project. Or if they do, it's an open bid process. The engineering firm will not. They don't do that. And the people who will perform the study do not bid on the project. We usually typically separate.
Where did the 8.1 million came from?
That came from the engineering study.
Thank
Judy,
you.
can you describe those grade 2 leaks and how you will use your current budget to handle those in the short term,
Yeah. Do you mean dollar-wise?
dollar-wise?
Yeah, dollar-wise, we have a little bit of money that we've set aside in a reserve. I pocket money for situations like this because all year long we have, believe it or not, emergency situations that arise. You know, again, you have to think of our campuses, it's the equation of having 900 residential buildings. Okay, so your homes, 900 of those, we have to repair and work on all the time. So we have a small, I think it's got $400,000 in it. So we will be using those dollars to take care of that, and also a problem that we're having over at the Hammer Throw area for PE. So we'll be looking at those dollars to repair these gas lines. And again, we'll have to look and see if this is a biddable project. That's a very good question. And if it is, then we have to get that bid out there, but we can do that fairly quickly.
Excuse me.
That covers- Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you and your team for making safety a priority for the district. I know you believe that already, but I think this is clearly a case where that is evident. And before I forget, congratulations, Yolanda. So I'm going to kind of lay out a timeline here. How old do you estimate some of these lines are?
You have some lines that are probably 100 years old because this was a pre-World War II site. So you have some items in the ground that exist from then. We know transite was very popular in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And obviously, when we were uncovering most of the lines in the area that were giving us the problems, there were a lot of transite. So I would say your system's here anywhere between 25 and 75 years old.
Okay. And so it's this site has had many names. It was a Army base.
Correct.
And then it was decommissioned, and then it was given to the state and was a state mental hospital, Modesto State Hospital. And then it was decommissioned and given to the community college district, right?
That's correct.
So it should have not come to anyone's surprise that when you're doing and spending Measure E dollars, that if you know, and everybody else kind of knows what went on here, do you think maybe we should have done a infrastructure assessment during the Measure E process?
Yes, I do.
And do you think that was malfeasance on the part of those individuals?
You know, I can't say to that perspective. I can address it what I would have done. I think that possibly there weren't enough people in the room to make the decisions on what should be addressed in the bond measure. I know there was a $10 million allocation for utility infrastructure. I know some of that was used, but I don't think there was thorough analysis done on your utility systems on any of your campuses. Obviously, during the heating decentralization plan, where we abandoned the boilers over on East Campus, we used some of the dollars towards that. But your steam tunnels over there
Right.
should have been addressed in the bond measure.
Right. PVC is never, as you pointed, has never been an approved material for gas lines, correct?
Correct.
So how old do you estimate those PVC lines? And would it be fair to say that that was done in-house?
No, I believe they were done somewhere probably in the 70s, 70s to probably 80s, 90s, somewhere around there. And maybe replaced or repaired in-house. We saw evidence of that. But no, nobody would have sleeved Transite from facilities with that. They wouldn't have done that.
So I think you have a commitment, at least as we discussed this, and you were present in the Finance Committee meeting, that I don't think that it's a safe approach to piecemeal this, that if we're going to do it, we should do it and do it all at once with a contingency that in case we find something else, we fix that as well. Because as the members of the Finance Committee pointed out, I don't think any of us sitting up here want any type of version of a San Bruno event on the West Campus that endangers our staff and our students and the community at large. And I'll leave it with this. I think fixing gas lines, to me, reaches a higher level of priority than debating the tenure of an MJC president. So I think if someone wants to write about something, it should be the malfeasance of prior administration, quote unquote, that didn't do their job at the time and put new buildings on top of 75-year-old infrastructure. That should be the dialogue and the debate. But again, I want to thank you for bringing this forward and discussing it. And I think you have our commitment that we're gonna fix it, and we're gonna fix it right. And that's through the hard work of you and your staff and everybody else involved. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, I just want to
Henry,
speak.
you have just one. You want to go first? That's fine.
I just want to speak for the sake of clarity to a question raised by our student trustee regarding notification. I want to share with everyone that we activated the Emergency Operations Center and the EOC conducted meetings, and it was decided that the college under Jeanette Fontana would send out a notification to all the students. And as far as for the employees, it would be HR, Catherine Pritchett, Senior Director of HR, would send out a notification. So the notifications were sent out. And I hope that everyone received the notice, but it sounded like from Maria's account that some may not have. And it will be worthwhile for us to look into it so that we can make sure that in the future notifications that everyone will receive the notification. Thank you.
Don.
Thank you. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned something that kind of perked up when you said I've got schematics and plans and maybe as-built, but you know where all the pipes are on the site. And I thought, how? I mean, as-built kind of notoriously can be, well, missing or wrong, or how is it that you have the competence that you do?
During the construction of this particular campus, every time a building was added, your lines had to be traced back from their source. So that information had been collected over a period of 12 years by one of our civil engineers. Then my predecessor, Tim Nesmith, had a large document done with the engineering firm to place all of the lines on this particular drawing, and I almost thought of sharing it tonight, but I can't get it big enough because there's just so many lines. So I do have a lot of confidence in the plans because they were traced back during the newer construction, and West Campus received quite a bit. In 1994, it started from 94 till about 2017. There was a lot of new construction on this campus: Sierra, Yosemite, Glacier Hall, Science Community Center. So all of these things, their lines were traced back and put onto plans. So that information was gleaned and put into this overall composite. And so, you know, am I like 100% certain? No, but probably 95%.
Well, good thinking, whoever that was, to trace those back and then put it on a fresh set of plans so that people that are in your position and maybe before you and after you, they can be confident. If we start plugging around here, we know we're going to find a line underneath. I've just found as-built or plans not to be so accurate, but I thank you for sharing that. I see where your confidence comes from.
We're also, as a district, facilities, we've just implemented info mapping, which will be able to point out every single utility on the campus. So that was an extremely large amount that we negotiated down to a tiny amount so facilities could afford it. So that's, Yolanda's actually launching that program, and that should be going on soon.
And then the last thing I want to thank you for, as you put it, pocketing some money, but setting aside reserves so that these emergencies can be addressed. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go back, but we're not going to go quite back in the exact order because we have a guest tonight who has a flight to catch. So I'm going to go to 6.2, the chancellor's presentation, and then I'll go back to the association reports after that.
Thank you. Just want to share with everyone that the MJC presidential search is underway. It's on the web. And this evening, we are honored to have Sheila Lacker, president of CZAC Associates, the search consulting firm, here with us in person to share with us an update. Sheila?
Thank you so much, and good evening, Board of Trustees, administrators, and staff. I am delighted to be here, and in fact, I've spent the day, so I had a little time to be in your community, tour, at least driving tour both campuses, and that has been really beneficial. So I thought it might be helpful. One, I wanted to thank you again for your trust in us in the partnership. We're very excited to be partnering with you on this very important search for your next president. And so I thought it might be helpful, and I'm not sure if we're going to have it on here, just to talk about not only an update, but a little bit about who does what when. I thought that might be helpful because we are a little bit different than perhaps others that you might have used in the past. And so I certainly hope this is helpful from an update perspective. And so as you look at this, the very first thing that we did with you as we partnered was a discovery and research. And the discovery and research, many of you were a part of, the community was a part of, some of you did some individual discovery with us. All of that is really beneficial to get to know you. That is the crux of an awesome partnership, is to know you, and the more we know you, the better job that we can do for you. So that is really the crux of that discovery and research, and it is a big team effort. Of course, it was with Yosemite Community College District, Modesto Junior College, a bit of the Columbia College as well, and of course, CZAC Associates. All of that work really populates the position profile and our recruitment efforts as well. And that drives that broadcast and recruitment effort. And so a lot of questions that we get, because that's a big kind of quiet time, it's the time that we're in right now. We are busy recruiting for you. I will tell you that, of course, as the chancellor mentioned, that all the information is on your website. That's fantastic. That gives everyone a lot of information, but it's kind of the quiet time where we're recruiting. So that's a big chunk of what we're doing. And the question that we get is, How are you finding folks? What are you doing? And while I would love to say we have this stable of candidates, that's not the way it works. It is those long-term relationships of doing multiple dozens and dozens of president searches and executive level searches in higher education, and those relationships that we've maintained and built along the way. But also we serve as faculty for ELI, which is the Executive Leadership Institute for the League of Innovation. Those are for aspiring presidents. And so it's a wonderful population of folks that are looking for president positions just like yours. And a number of other associations where we have those natural and organic relationships to help us recruit for your position. So I would also love to share with you a little bit of an update. It's not been that long that it's been out, right? But really positive feedback at this very early stage. And I certainly emphasize the early stage because it hasn't been out that long. But when I say positive feedback for those conversations that we're having, we're getting really positive feedback in terms of interest and positive things about Modesto College and the community. It's also very early, but we already have a couple applications. I mention that because that's not the norm for as early as we are in the process. They usually come much later. And of course, those that we are most proactively talking to come much later in the process as well, which is the end of this month. That is, again, kind of the quiet time, the CZIC role and responsibility, if you will. And then all of that culmination of work, we meet with the search committee and present prospects, those that we have spent all of our time with and those that are the most qualified with all that information that we gathered to the search committee. The search committee then decides who they'd like to bring forward as semifinal candidates, and they'll interview them as semifinal candidates as well. So there's a big partnership between the search committee and the chair and CZIC Associates for those two large pieces, the interim report and the search committee interviews, which I think you also refer to as first level interviews. So the same kind of thing. At the end of those semifinal interviews, the committee will decide who they're going to recommend to the chancellor as final candidates. We don't know what the search produces, typically no less than 2, no more than 5, and the committee work as a body is concluded at that time. Again, CZIC gets kind of busy behind the scenes, and we're doing some comprehensive reference checking, workplace assessment, all of the data that helps, never as a screening tool, but helps close the gap to who you see in final interviews and who shows up on the job. So very important information there. And then, of course, final interviews is back when the chancellor comes back into that for those final interviews, as well as the community with a variety of things like your forums, group and leadership interviews, all of those activities, and then finally a recommendation to the board of the preferred finalist. That's a mouthful, I know, but it might be a little bit different than what you have done in the past. And perhaps what's maybe different about CZIC Associates, and I would hope everyone does this, but the mantra always for us in any search is confidentiality. It is, we've always done it that way. We've always had the mantra of confidentiality, and it's even more important today. And it's more important today. You have probably noticed that there's just a litigious nature. We're seeing things in the paper that we really haven't seen so much of before. So we know that there's no appetite for litigation. And so while, hiring is still risky business, there are no guarantees. If we could guarantee things, that would be a whole nother conversation. And while there are no guarantees, we certainly look within the context of confidentiality to limit potential liabilities because we know there's no appetite for that. You might also ask, I don't know if you've seen in the papers, on what causes that? What happens that it ends up in the papers and being litigated? And sometimes it's a variety of things. We're very grateful to not be a part of any of those. Certainly, sometimes it is missteps by committee members. Sometimes it's misstep by board. Sometimes it's inexperience of search firms, and a combination of all those things. So there's a lot of reasons that can happen, but that's why we have the mantra of confidentiality confidentiality. And it's also in everyone's best interest that we have that mantra of confidentiality and the process that I just kind of outlined to keep the integrity of the search. But maybe almost more importantly is those folks that we speak to, we promise them confidentiality. So we're speaking to well-positioned individuals that are looking at your opportunity and are, of course, gainfully employed somewhere else. So we want to make sure that that information stays confidential forever up until the time that they are finalist. And that's, of course, where their candidacy is published and discoverable. So the process is a process for a reason. We say trust the process because it works and also protects the identities of those individuals that we have promised confidentiality for the search. It also allows us, of course, to get the very best for you by promising that confidentiality as well. I feel like I pounded on the confidentiality, but it's so important from a search process and something that we really value and have valued for our 30 plus years. So it's not new for us. And we're very proud that we, knock on something, have not been in those papers for any of those reasons. Again, I speak very quickly, so I feel like that was a mouthful. I thank you again for the partnership. We're very excited about the prospects that we can bring to you for hopefully quickly your next president. Questions, comments?
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for the update.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Would you like me to continue with your reports? Association reports? Okay. We will go back to those. Let's start with, and I believe this will be remote, ASCC elected President Z. Harmon.
Good evening, trustees, college presidents, Chancellor Yang, and attendees. Spring has finally sprung at Columbia, and as we quickly approach the end of this academic year, I would like to take this moment to briefly cover what ASCC has accomplished since the beginning of the fall. Right off the bat, ASCC underwent some leadership changes that moved me from my position as vice president to president, and shortly thereafter, we appointed a full executive board. On the heels of those changes was a very busy October. 6 of us attended the California Community College Student Affairs Association Student Leadership Conference in San Diego, where we networked with student leaders across our state and learned about how to govern, advocate, and lead effectively. Upon returning, ASCC dove right into Halloween Spirit Week, one of my personal favorite campus events. We encouraged students to dress up in different themes each day, and we're thrilled to see how many staff, faculty, and administrators got involved as well. At the end of the week, we partnered with Columbia's GSA to bring back an old Columbia tradition, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. On Halloween, we worked with Dr. Tran to host the President's Office Costume Contest, where everyone dressed their best to win those sweet, sweet Deo gift cards. After Halloween, the ASCC worked with other on-campus groups such as the Child Care Center and our student ambassadors to continue such Columbia traditions as the Child Care Holiday Party and the Giving Tree. In December, we offered students the relief from finals that they needed with the Donut Stress event, giving students a little treat between exams to get them through the rest of the semester. Throughout the year, ASCC attended multiple peer educator events where student workers and leaders on campus came together to get to know one another, make connections with those different areas on campus, and learn as a group how to help Columbia students navigate college life. Our director of club affairs, Levi Kier, took on the project of revamping our old club handbook, and in doing so has made the creation of clubs so much easier for future students. Despite the outdated procedures and the difficult language of the current handbook, Levi and the rest of the ASCC have aided in seeing the biggest influx of student club creation since before COVID. After January's Rush the Club events, clubs such as the International Folkloric Dance Club, Chess Club, and the Too Cool Music Club, and Happy, the Asian American and Pacific Islander Club, now join the ranks of active student clubs like the Dungeons and Dragons Guild and the Outdoor Adventure Club. In between these fun events and projects, the ASCC was working hard behind the scenes to serve as a student voice. Our members sat on Dr. Tran's housing task force and aided the focus groups needed to get this project off the ground. We gave feedback to the Academic Senate and their president, Lana Von Epps, regarding the faculty hiring prioritization process. We were involved in the Educational Master Plan Steering Committee, served as secondary student voices in the K through 16 Pathways Grant subcommittees and work groups, as well as the partner meetings, and sat on many other regular standing committees for Columbia College. This brings us to where we are now, after a crazy semester up the hill that saw floods, tornado touchdowns, snowstorms, and power outages throughout our service area, as well as on campus. Even with these insane circumstances, ASCC have still managed to accomplish various things and set up opportunities when the next executive board come together in the fall. Our final events and projects for this year are another Donut Stress event, wrapping up the comprehensive report of our survey results, and hosting elections for both the ASCC and the YCCD student trustee next academic year. It has been my ultimate pleasure to serve in this role and various other ASCC roles during my time at Columbia. I have learned so much about how our college and how our district operates. I will take the skills that I have acquired as president with me throughout my life, and Columbia will always hold a very special place in my heart. It was here that I learned to learn again, learned to love learning again, and with the help of the amazing support around me at Columbia, I was able to achieve more than I could have ever imagined. This has been my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? I really love the idea of a donut stress event, I gotta say. Okay, next up is Caitlin Gross.
Hi everyone, I'm on Zoom tonight, but good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Young. I'm very happy to see you all this evening. Here's my report for ASMJC. ASMJC has been staying very busy and ending out the year strong. On Friday, March 10th, ASMJC helped put on the Women's Empowerment Luncheon. This was a beautiful event where we heard from panelists of empowering women and ended with awards. On Wednesday, March 29th, ASMJC and the Pirates Pantry put on a free farmers market for students in honor of Cesar Chavez Week. There were all types of produce and fresh food available. It was a huge success, and we ran out of produce within the first hour, which was awesome. Additionally, over the last couple of weeks, ASMJC elections have been taking place for next year. The results have not been announced yet, but will be shortly. And finally, on a personal note, this is my last board meeting as I am graduating in just a couple of weeks. This has been the biggest honor to be able to be the ASMJC president, and I'm so grateful for my year of service as well as the relationships I have made and the experiences I was a part of. I will never forget this time in my life as it holds such a special place in my heart. I'm so thankful for everything MJC has given me, and I'm so grateful that it was a part of my journey. So thank you all for everything, and that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on graduating.
Madam President,
Yes.
can I just ask, where's the next step in your higher education journey?
I'm attending Fresno State in the fall and hopes to become an ag teacher.
Excellent. Okay, Amy Levitt is up next for CSEA President.
Good evening, President Beggs, fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young. First, going back to the conversation regarding the West Campus gas leak, there was not timely notice of closure to employees from district administration. CSEA's request to join the EOC has gone unanswered. In previous board meetings, you have heard about STAN 2030. One of the data points for economic growth indicates to be considered a good job in Stanislaus County, it needs to have wages at $28.58 an hour and also include health benefits. At YCCD, classified professionals to have a good paying job is at range 36. Why is this significant? There are currently 433 classified professionals employed at YCCD. 68.59% of classified professionals, 297 people, have a starting wage below that threshold. 14.32% of classified professionals, 62 people, have a starting wage at the threshold. 17.09% of classified professionals, 74 people, have a starting wage above the threshold. Classified professionals believe in the mission and the vision of our college and district for the betterment of our students and the community in which that we serve. Many of us have grown up in the community and are former students and alumni ourselves. We are here for the long haul. CSEA will continue to negotiate salary and benefits in the next few weeks. not because we want it, but we need a livable wage. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Board of Trustees on behalf of CSEA Chapter 420.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thanks. All right. Our faculty liaison to the board. Alan, you are up next.
Good evening. With your permission, may I give the report of the Academic Senate President of Modesto Junior College, Aisha Chalet?
Yes, that's on my list too. It's later, but you can give it now. We're
Then I'll
flexible.
just proceed into my remarks.
Thank you.
Two of them are extensions of hers. All right, this is a message statement to the board by President Saleh, MJC Academic President. And she sends her regrets that she could not be here, but she does send this message. Hello, everyone, trustees and Chancellor Young. Thank you all for your time. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I appreciate Alan's willingness to read my statement. I'll add that's my pleasure. Faculty have been incredibly busy as we near the end of the semester. Our students need us now more than ever as they head into finals, and an incredible amount of hiring happening means that many of us are serving on screening committees in addition to our usual committee and classroom work. I'd like to thank faculty for this additional labor and willingness to serve the college. In the Senate, we have several items currently being reviewed and have been tackling some sensitive and difficult issues. We're making progress on the college's strategic plan and educational master plan, as well as defining the faculty role in CCAP. Despite a rocky start where faculty weren't included in the ways that are needed for the program's success, I believe that we're making progress toward a positive relationship with local high schools, while also honoring the message, mission, and goals of the college and faculty purview over academic programs, curriculum, and student success. Dean Guzman has been a pleasure to work with, and I know her commitment to faculty inclusion and CCAP success will serve the college well. I'd like to applaud our nursing faculty and Dr. Chad Redwing for their handling of the discussion on the nursing program director position being reclassified from faculty to an academic administrator. The final step in our governance procedures of the president coming to the Senate to provide rationale for change and hear feedback from faculty did not happen, but when brought to the Senate, when we brought Chad to the Senate, he immediately accepted the request to come to the Senate to rectify the issue and complete the process. Our very busy nursing faculty made a point to be in attendance to express their concerns regarding the current management of their program and their needs to move forward successfully. Their professionalism, commitment to their students and program, and expertise were clear, and I'm thankful for their participation. We're also reviewing a proposed MOU between YCCD and UC Merced, providing MJC students who meet certain requirements guaranteed admission that includes students going into health professions. It has been fantastic to work with Vice Chancellor Albertson on such exciting new opportunity for our students. MJC students don't always see UCs as an option, and this would codify a clear and guaranteed pathway for our students. He's also been fantastic to work with and has helped to develop connections that will serve so many of our students so well. We have a resolution in support of our Umoja program and one related to access for our students with mobility impairments, as well as our field trip process up for a second reading at our next meeting. We're definitely keeping busy and will likely end up meeting over the summer to accommodate the needs of the college. Thank you all for your time. If you have any follow-up questions, please email me so I can address them. That concludes my report, says President Saleh.
Thank you. And now you can be you.
Okay. Well, I'll continue with some news from the MJC Senate. Trustee Richards visited, introduced himself to that body, and made a statement of his philosophy relating to his position, which I think was well received. He then fielded a wide range of questions for his visit, and his visit was the first by a trustee since the Senate now again meets in person. From discussion in Senate Executive Committee, I know that other trustees, that would be all of you, will be receiving similar invitations in the future. Some of you may remember your own pre-pandemic visits, and I hope to be seeing you, each of you, again in subsequent Senate meetings.
I will say from watching meetings, the meeting and Trustee Richards' visit and all the previous meetings in which trustees visited, they were well received, and I think it went very well. I've spoken with some of you since our last meeting, and on Monday I attended by Zoom one of my favorite committees, the Board Policy Committee, which allows me to attend every step of the way in our excellent policy review process. Now, yesterday, I was pleased to have a luncheon meeting with Trustee Davis, and I was impressed with his incisive questions and the way he answered mine. I found out more about his extensive background in teaching, educational administration, collective bargaining, and elected office in our educational system. I will observe that fits right in with the collective experience of the board, to which I would add board members' direct experience as students and in teaching in the YCCD. My colleagues have been very busy. You've heard the allusion earlier to screening committees. And there are, as I understand it, 41 active searches going on for new faculty members at this very time. That will mean that people newly hired in the next academic year will be 15% of our full-time faculty. And the challenge, as always, will be maintaining a lot of continuity in the midst of a lot of change. And I'm sure we can do that very well. Thinking back over my own history at MJC, I've seen a great deal of change in governance at MJC. And the arc of that history has bent toward very good governance. And I'll be pleased to welcome my new colleagues into such a system. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. I'm still sort of thunderstruck by the interviews. 41. Wow. You're not sleeping much, are you? I didn't think so. Okay. Next up, we have Lana Von Epps for Academic Senate at Columbia.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. It is nice to see you through my computer screen. I am joining this evening from Sonora. This is the day that we would have been able to host our Board of Trustees meeting at Columbia College, but for insufficient technology. So I second all of Alan's and Aisha's sentiments of it's the sprint to the finish. We're busier than ever. Every semester, I'm like, okay, I'm going to plan everything out and we're going to pace ourselves. And nope, everybody's at got our hair on fire, sprinting to the finish. But we've got our sights set on graduation on Friday, April 28th. And I would like to thank in advance our Board of Trustees members who are going to be attending graduation on Columbia campus, and personally congratulating our dedicated graduates who have worked so hard to persist in their educational goals through a pandemic and all the other things that Z. Hartman was talking about, power outages and tornadoes and et cetera, and just more things than we can keep track of. At this current time, Academic Senate, in addition to all of the MOUs and wrapping up calendars and getting all of our semester things finished, our last Academic Senate meeting is on the 21st, right before I go off to plenary and vote at the state Senate level. But we're currently supporting faculty in our program review process, right? We're using data and evidence to analyze the successes and challenges of each program, making data-informed recommendations about funds could be allocated to support programs. At the fall in-service programs in the STEM area, right? Chemistry, biophysics, math, we'll be presenting program reviews. So for instance, in my own area, the math department, we're digging through the data to look at how different modalities of learning, right? We've got the in-person, the half in-person, hybrid online, fully remote with a live Zoom session, fully online with no Zoom sessions, all of those different modalities, how those are affecting enrollment and, more importantly, student success rates. We're also looking at the impact of external factors, like how does AB 705 and post-pandemic student attitudes about college in general guided pathways, et cetera, how are all of these things impacting our programs, trying to make well-informed decisions of what our math program, other STEM programs should do next to respond to incoming legislation like AB 1705 in our ever-changing world. And in my review in supporting faculty and program review, I came across something rather concerning. Looking ahead to our program review that will be presented in service in fall 2024, so looking a year and ahead, I am noticing that the programs in that semester are general education programs. This would be drama, ethnic studies, humanities, philosophy, Spanish sign language, and English language learning. This also happens to be a nearly complete list of programs at Columbia that have no full-time faculty at this time. We are, cross fingers, hopefully hiring someone in ethnic studies. And then there's other programs that aren't under general education heading that also have no full-time faculty at this time. But these programs that are without full-time faculty, we call them the orphan programs colloquially, must rely on the uncompensated volunteer work by our part-time faculty to oversee the program review, make curricular updates, and grow the programs. And our excellent part-time faculty do a great job, but this is not a sustainable practice. What we've seen again and again is that programs without full-time faculty are starved out and eventually just dissipate into the ether. And this is a symptom of a systemic issue in California community colleges. At our last district council, I brought up the landmark 1989 legislation, AB 1725, the 75-25% ratio, the recommendation that at least 75% of credit instruction be taught by full-time faculty. And if the district wasn't able to meet this recommendation, and this is where the FON comes in to make sure that we at least have a minimum number of full-time faculty employed. And as you know, last year, our district didn't meet even our minimum faculty obligation number. So it's no surprise that as a district, we aren't even close to the 75% ideal ratio of full-time faculty to part-time faculty. And we need to do better. At Columbia, and I'd say in our district, we have this revolving door of presidents that don't see the impact of their decisions on what faculty positions they approve or deny. But where we stand now is our general education programs are without full-time faculty, having been denied full-time faculty proposals again and again through multiple presidents with faculty recommendation unheeded time after time. And this is not directed specifically at Dr. Tran, who has done her due diligence. It's the ongoing problem of balancing shared governance, the responsibilities with a high turnover rate of administration, and the wisdom of faculty who have dedicated decades, boots on the ground, and are the first responders to a student's needs. A quote from this AB 1725, the 75-25, this is in section 70. Because the quality, quantity, and composition of full-time faculty have the most immediate and direct impact on the quality of instruction, overall reform cannot succeed without sufficient members of full-time faculty, with sufficient opportunities for continued staff development, and with sufficient opportunity for participation in institutional governance. So, faculty belong everywhere that decisions are being made. Our recommendations are well-informed, and there needs to be enough of us to get the necessary work done without relying on our uncompensated volunteer work for our part-time faculty. And this year's hiring is a step in the right direction. I'm so excited. I see on our consent agenda for this evening's consent agenda 7.7, the personnel, and I'd like to at least give a shout out to the personnel that we're going to welcome at Columbia College. And I'm looking forward to the May agenda, where even more screening committees will be welcoming or asking the board to please approve hiring. But we have distance education coordinator Ashley Bumgardner, and instructor of welding, Jesse Ray, who is our 1-year temporary position. And congratulations to both of them on their pending board approval. It's so hard to wait the pending board approval, but I am excitedly waiting for that agenda to be voted yes upon. And looking ahead, I'm very excited to let you know that Columbia will be conducting some workshops for probationary faculty, guide and support them into becoming the engaged and involved faculty members that a really small rural college requires each faculty member to be. And we're calling it the Supporting Probationary Faculty, SPF. And your future is so bright. You need SPF. And I'm excited to be the lab leader for this group and their faculty mentors. I've got all sorts of activities, one of which is attending a board meeting. So I hope to bring a whole crew of new faculty to see how Board of Trustees meetings go. And this is my last report to you all as Academic Senate President at Columbia. My colleague, my Vice President and current President-elect, Marcus Wisenant, will start his term as Columbia Academic Senate President on May 1st, different from how MJC leadership changes. So this is my last report to you. Thank you for hearing my report. And it really has been an honor, an incredible learning experience to serve the district in this capacity. And I am also very excited and delighted to return to the classroom full-time. And if there are any questions or comments, I would be happy to elaborate. And good evening to all of you.
On behalf of the board, I just want to thank you for your service. To say your reports are interesting would be an understatement. I've learned a lot from them, but I appreciate your candor and your frankness. And I think your students are very lucky to have you as a professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
I would echo that as well. I'm going to miss your energy and your ability to inject some humor into the board meetings. So whatever you're doing, I know you're going to do it well, and wish you well. So Lana, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next up, I believe we have Dimitri, because Jillian is not here tonight to give a report.
Just want to say that you look very sharp, sir. Very nice.
I've been trying to impress you people for 2 years, giving it one last shot, sartorially. Anyway,
it worked.
Evening, President Beggs, trustees, and Chancellor Young. Last month, negotiations showed promising signs of both teams working toward our mutual goal of agreeing on and implementing a benefits model. YFA looks forward to receiving district's proposals on benefits and to discussing other topics of interest. This is my final report in this role. You will enjoy working with my successor, Brian Green, a colleague I deeply respect for his fairness, his integrity, and his commitment to the truth. In closing, thank you, trustees. While there have been moments when we didn't exactly agree with one another, we have always agreed to engage in the process of discourse and have shared the mission of serving the public, which has moved us forward. I'm very fortunate to work in this district. That concludes my report. Any questions?
Well, even though you had the misfortune of growing up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, we very much I enjoyed getting to know you, and you've done a great job, and you're a tribute to the Senate and YFA, and I think you'll do a really good job spending more time on counseling.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. It's been a privilege. Yeah, sure.
Me first?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure. I've seen you work, and I appreciate the opportunity that you gave me. And I just appreciate everything you do for the college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dimitri, thank you. As a previous union president, twice served, I know what you went through, but you served your members well, and thank you for everything you did.
Thanks so much. If any of you ever want to see what we do in student services, and especially in counseling, give me a call. I'd love to let you sit in. That'd be great. Take care.
We'll miss you. with donuts. Okay, so we are now back to Chancellor Yang.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight for the college report, I'm going to call on Dr. Tran. She is remote, and I understand that the Wi-Fi at where she is might not be very stable, so she's going to try and make it through the report. All right, Dr. Tran.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. Sorry I can't be in person in Zoom. And so far the internet in and out. But first and foremost, so I don't want to forget is I want to say thank you so much for the hard work that our Student Association President, Z, has done for the college, as well as ushering our student with a lot of projects. I feel very supported. Thank you. And also Lana being a great academic senate president. It's great working with Lana, always fresh ideas, and the dedication, the passion just to fight for Columbia is really get me going every day to do my best. And lastly is Steve. Steve Amador will be retiring at the end of this month. And I came on and Steve just hustled and did everything we need to get done for our CT program. So I'd like to thank you, Steve, for all his hard work. Moving on to other updates, things are happening at Columbia. We're excited, getting ready for graduation April 28th. Again, I echo Lana, thank you for our board trustees, for your support being there with our students to celebrate. In addition to that, we also have a lot of recognition employee days that if you can join us on that Friday during lunchtime, that we recognize all the hard work that the campus has been going through. In addition to that, we're so happy that we are finally able to secure the grant as well as the partnership with Apple and Somerville High School to launch our Apple app development that is coming to the summer. And then also, as of last week, we received another notice from the Fresno workforce that our fire and forestry program in total will receive approximately $4 million to train our students in the fire as well as forestry, with the caveat that we're going to provide on-campus housing. Again, it's something that Columbia is very proud of, that we're going to position our college as the destination training facility for our students. Now that I'm on Zoom, like, okay, what else? A lot of things happen. Those are the two important things I want to shout out is for our grant and also for our forestry program is going well. And also our international, we are getting a lot of interest. Mary Watts has been working very hard. We are setting up Zoom meeting and there's a few interest students and now she is walking through to help the student to apply for the position. In addition to that, we also work with a partner in India to do the social media for international program in India and Dubai for Columbia College. Because during my trip, I learned that India and Dubai are very affluent and most students are on WhatsApp. So those are the channel that we're going to reach out to recruit students that they can come to Columbia College. So I'm positive. I think we're building for 24-25 and student will slowly coming in. We're still waiting for our campus housing application. The budget will be announced in May and we'll know if we will fund it or it's a delay, but let's cross our fingers and everything else. Hopefully we're able to get the funding. And lastly, I wanted to mention that maybe last week before, I had an evening with our community members, and it was a really thoughtful event that's sponsored by the Foundation Board. Thank you for Columbia Foundation and the Women's League of Voters. It was really touching to know that the community really care and want Columbia to do well. And to that extent, they're willing to help us with the baccalaureate degree. If we need letters, if the grant fall through, they're willing to write letters. And collectively, we agree that Columbia really needs to raise funds so that we can do a fire tower. We need a fire tower to train our students. So everybody's on board with that. And with that, I like to end my report. That's what so far I have. Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you. We're going to go to Dr. Redwing.
Thank you. All right, good evening, and thank you to our Board of Trustees, Chancellor Young, District Office, and everyone this evening. It's my opportunity to share with you our latest MJC report. There's lots going on at MJC, even with the horses. The MJC Equine program offered a great fitting and showing event on Friday, February 24th. In chicken news, 5 MJC Ag students attended the 2023 Pacific Egg and Poultry Association Conference in Scottsdale, Arizona. And on March 25th, the School of Agriculture hosted the FFA Field Day, where over 2,100 registered FAA members throughout California attended the event on our campus with 21 events. To give you even more of an idea of the engaging, unique activities happening at our college, MJC's respiratory care program recently hosted the Sputnam Bowl, a knowledge contest similar to Jeopardy! The Central Regional Competition was held at MJC on March 10th. And in case you're wondering, a Sputnam Bowl consists of 2 teams of 3 people sitting, not spitting, at tables, clicking buzzers to score points off questions about respiratory care. In addition to all this great news, an entrepreneurial club has been established at MJC with over 50 signups thus far. The club leaders, in addition to Lakeisha McDonald, most recently presented at a conference about the importance of branding yourself and going beyond receiving a degree to prepare to launch your own business. Speaking of which, the MJC Outreach and Community Partnership Development co-sponsored an Asian American Youth Leadership Conference on April 6th with Modesto City Schools and the Stanislaus Asian American Community Resource Group. There are approximately 150 youth and 30 adults in attendance, and I must say that one of my favorite activities this month was their drum circle. There's also good news in athletics. Thanks to an impressive fall season, MJC is currently ranked 12th out of 109 California community college athletics programs. The MJC Women's Golf State Championship, Football Northern California Final Four appearance, and men's wrestling top 5 finish led the fall and spring accomplishments. In additional athletics news, on April 22nd, Athletics and the MJC Foundation invite you to the 22nd Annual Pirate Fest in the Mary Stuart Rogers Learning Center. The event features food samples, a silent auction, premium wines, gift certificates, gift baskets, and more, and proceeds benefit all 21 of our sports programs. In other news, our Spring Visiting Author Series featured Robert Lee Trujillo, and as you heard earlier, the Helen Ralph Student Award Ceremony returned on April 4th to honor all child development students receiving degrees, certificates, and scholarships. Also of importance, on March 28th, the Sábado de Educación was held. This has been an opportunity for MJC to reach out and connect with our Spanish-speaking population in Stanislaus County and surrounding areas. Also a shout out to the Democracy in Public Space group. Roughly 300 attendees have attended presentations this spring. Guests have included the Registrar of Voters, the Modesto Mayor, supervisors, the President of the Modesto NAACP, the President and Chief Executive Officers of the Stannis Community Foundation, and a congressional representative. In arts and theater news, the theater recently staged Blithe Spirit. The MJC dance competition was selected for a gala. They will be performing Professor Kim Davis's original piece, Within the Fault Line, and MJC is the only community college represented at the gala. There was a great music recital event. The Cesar Chavez event went well. There was a great science night on elephants and marshes. But I think another exciting thing I'd like to share with you this evening is the experimental vehicle conversion project taking place over in automotive. They completed a conversion of a 2003 lithium battery powered truck, and they've been working outside of class with instructor Davis, and they're proud to announce and show off and maybe even let you drive their lit conversion truck. But perhaps I think the best way to sum up all that's been happening in the last month is to turn to several letters that I've been receiving from community members and those who work at our college. First, Angelica Guzman sent thanks to all of the area principals for a March breakfast, and another MJC letter shares our commitment to Caring Campus, where we engage and support staff members. This month, a letter from the State Chancellor's Office congratulated Dean Rob Stevenson for our selection to participate in the SEM program. And it was a joy to receive a letter in the Office of the President from Professor Teresa Rojas. She writes in part, "Dear Chief Gallardo, I write to extend a warm welcome to thank Campus Safety for working with me on our most successful Latinx Comics Festival to date." Then there's the letter from Sally Chafee, Professor of Nursing. "I would like to recognize Juan Garcia for his exemplary work and attitude at the MJC Associate Nursing Program. Day after day, Juan consistently gives 100%. A letter from Susanna Cooper, the Executive Director of Wheelhouse, congratulated Vice President Schrader for her selection to participate in the 2023 Wheelhouse Advancing Leaders Institute. And another letter from Stanislaus Community Office of Education writes to thank MJC for hosting the Regional Science Olympiad event. Cheryl Goyart writes, "A shout out to MJC and the amazing staff and students who were helpful and played a huge role in the success of the event. It is such a bonus for our students to have a host site with a museum and a planetarium. We could have not done this without the support, dedication, expertise, and assistance of so many at MJC." And finally, Leslie Posteri of Modesto Christian Basketball writes to thank MJC for hosting the CIF State NorCal Regional Finals. She writes, "While the outcome of the game wasn't what we wanted, the staff at MJC provided the best customer service I personally have ever seen. David Votemort and his team were outstanding. You have an amazing team. You should be very proud of this team. They set a high standard of excellent service." And that pretty much sums up the last month at MJC. We're aiming to set high standards, and we are very proud of our team. As part of that, I would like to defer to a part of our team. I do see Raylene and Patrick are here. I didn't know if you wanted to give a brief accreditation update, but if you did, this would be a chance.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board and Chancellor Young. Patrick and I are here to give you an update on each of the college's accreditation progress.
Yes, so Modesto Junior College first. We are completely drafted we have the first draft complete of Standard 3. That's the standard that includes facilities, technology, human resources, and fiscal services. We're keeping the college campus engaged by interviewing the College Technology Committee to round out the evidence we needed to complete that draft, as well as meeting with human resources staff to gather additional evidence. We're keeping the college additionally engaged by working with the Institutional Effectiveness and Accreditation Committee to report progress on accreditation. We do that twice a month. And now we're beginning Standard 2, which is on student learning programs and support services. Also, Raylene and I have started meeting twice a month, Monday morning, to talk about how accreditation is going at each college, and we discuss how we can help each other out and how we can partner on certain standards.
All right, and for Columbia, we have been working with MJC on Standard 3, and as you may know, that is a district standard with our human resources, technology, finance, and facilities. And so with their draft, we plan to adapt to it just to put the Columbia touch on that standard. We've also have worked with MJC in meeting with human resources and with their technology committee to help with that Standard 3 draft. In addition, Colin and I have met with our Columbia campus colleagues, presenting our updates with accreditation on our Institutional Effectiveness Council, as well as our College Council. And then our next steps are really, before I get to next steps, I should say that Standard 1A has been drafted. We're in the midst of Standard 1B, and then our next steps will be to focus on Standard 2A and 2B. Are there any questions?
Very good. Well, that's teamwork. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just conclude my remarks by thanking you for your participation in commencement coming up on April 28th. The mariachi band starts at 5 o'clock in the Student Center, so please don't miss it. And I'm proud to announce that we're currently at over 711 graduates. It will be the largest graduation ceremony in our history.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Do you have anything else, Henry?
My last item is regarding commencement. Both colleges are having commencement on the same day, and I'm really glad that our board of trustees has decided to attend both commencement. So you will find some trustees at MJC and some trustees at Columbia College. It has been suggested that perhaps sometime in the future, if there might be an agreement for the colleges to have the commencement on different days. So, because that is a topic for future discussion. But for now, I'm glad that the trustees have decided to go and attend both events. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. Yes.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Trustee Aguilar for representing those of us down here up at Columbia along with Trustee Don Davis. So thank you, Trustee Aguilar.
And I think we are going to have mariachi at Columbia too, I heard. So there.
It's all right. Okay, so we are up to 6.3, Administrative Procedure 4230, and I believe that Kim has an update for us or report on that.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you, President Beggs. Chancellor Young is presenting to the board revisions to Administrative Procedure 4230, which is grading and academic record symbols. In the administrative procedure, the FW grade symbol was incorrectly listed in both the evaluative symbols and non-evaluative symbols. And so the correction is to only list the FW grades under the evaluative symbols. So that is the revision that is being made and is being provided to the board as an information item as it is only in the administrative procedure. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so 6.4, the COVID-19 health update is provided for information purposes. Ditto for 6.5, the travel report, that is for information purposes. And we are now up to consent items.
Madam President, I make a motion to approve items 7.2 through 7.8.
Second.
Hold on, well, we can have discussion. I wanted to, I have some questions about the purchase orders that I wanted to bring up. So we can pull it, I can pull it, or we can discuss it and then vote?
Discussion, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I had asked, and we ask questions sometimes and we get answers and then we forget that you don't know that we've asked. So I had questions about some of the items that were here because they were confusing. And one of them just sort of jumped out at me. It was $873 for Cisco phone units. So I got some information on that. And one of the things I'd like to request is that when we have a huge number like that, that we list how many phones, for example. It would just be nice to know how many phones we're getting for our $873,000. And it turns out it's something like less than 2,000, but they have video capability. So anyway, if we could get a little more information in our purchase orders, that would be nice. And then we have backpacks for $42,000 for EOP&S, and I asked about that, and it's for about 1,000 backpacks. But again, it doesn't say how many items we're getting. So for clarity's sake and for the public, it would be nice to get that info. 1,000 backpacks, yes. And then I don't have the answer to this, but on page 5 of our purchase orders, we have laptops and technology equipment for the Welcome Center. Is that in the Student Center, Chad? Correct, okay. And that's 75,000. And it reminded me of another question that I've had for a while, which is when we give computers or laptops to students, what percentage of them do we get back when students either graduate and move on or leave or take a pause or whatever? I think it would be nice to know what happens, because we see, this isn't the first time we see laptops on here. We see them frequently. So if somebody has, I've asked that before, I'd like to know what happens to all those laptops that keep going out. In this case, are they to stay in the Welcome Center for students to use when they're in there, or are we dispersing them? I don't know. They're for employees in the Welcome Center? Oh, okay. Thank you. Because you can't tell that from the purchase orders. It's sort of a mystery. So I appreciate that. And I think that was the only one I had. Well, except what happened to the Student Center? Is there going to be a Student Center anymore?
Well, it's kind of both of us have the information, but the Welcome Center is just in the Fireside Lounge. So it's only that.
I'm sorry, that's what I think of as the Student Center hangout. So do they have a hangout anymore or a?
So the Fireplace Lounge is being remodeled to a Welcome Center, and our Community Outreach and Access Department will run that with student ambassadors. And they will create more furniture space in the larger area of the Student Center.
Thank you. Okay, so I got answers to my question, and I hope if other people had any curiosity about those items, they got some as well. Oh, yeah, go, you can.
Can you speak into the mic?
Thank you. If someone can help us with on page 64, or no, I'm sorry, page 2 of 7, on subfund 5920, the California College Promise, was this from last year? Because I was under the understanding that for this coming forward that we were not doing free in MJC.
So that pot of money, the California College Promise, is an ongoing pot of money available at both colleges. And so it appears through this specific purchase order is to pay for registration fees as determined by MJC. Columbia College does the same thing, utilizing their foundation up there, utilizing these AB 19 dollars.
So are we doing free for this year?
The amount of money that MJC receives for this is in no way capable of a full free for me. So they have to be selective on the number of students they're choosing to participate in this.
Okay,
very small portion.
Thank you.
And I think I did get information on that. There's a list of qualifications they have to qualify for that money.
The responses were sent to the board via
For
email
everybody?
and yeah.
Okay, great.
Earlier today.
Thank you. Today was busy. Okay, so now we are at retirements.
So we have, we have 4 retirements on the agenda this evening. First is John Kropp, 23 years of service, professor of industrial electricity, School of Industry and Trades at MJC. I want to thank John for his 23 years of service impacting students in their chosen career in industry, which is really needed in this area. So he's done a great service not only for his students but for the community. Linda Kropp, don't know if they're related, but 32 years of service, professor of accounting and general business, School of Business and Computing, MJC. I want to thank Linda as well for her devotion to teaching students in a trade and putting them on the path to be self-sufficient. So thank you, Linda. Mary Silva, 26 years of service, counselor, counseling and student services, MJC. I don't know, Dimitri, did you want to give a shout out or something like that? No, I won't do that to you. But Mary, just thank you for your dedication to the students, helping them with their educational goals and educational plans, and putting together something that meets their needs and helps them to get to the finish line. And then I'm going to have someone help me with the last one, because the last time I butchered somebody's name, I got multiple emails that I was a bad person. So the last one is Kathleen, and can anyone help me out here? The Willowit? Okay, thank you. And custodian, 16 years of service, facilities planning, maintenance, and transportation, Modesto Junior College. So this one kind of in my mind deserves a special attention, because this is part of the group of classified professionals that were on site every day during COVID. They didn't have an opportunity to do anything else, and they kept our facilities not only clean, but were part of the team that made sure that they were safe of COVID, and making sure that anything COVID related was taken care of, and equipment was in place. So Kathleen, to you, thank you very much. And for all these people, I wish them well in their new life as a retiree. So thank you.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau? Aye. Vice President Richards?
Yes.
President Beggs?
Aye.
Trustee Aguilar?
Aye.
Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Vote is all in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. We are up to 8.1, Board Policy, second reading. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees conducts a second reading and approves the following YCCD policies. You were given a copy of the updated versions. 7270, 7337, 7380, and 7500 as attached. Well, these aren't attached, but you have your fresh copies. Yes, Kim.
Just need to, for the record, so the public is aware that the Board Policy Committee is recommending revisions to policies 7337 and 7500 in this group of 4.
Thank you.
And those revisions are included in what was presented to the board in our packet, right?
Yeah, it's presented on the dais right there. It is also provided to the public through board docs. So.
And I'll make a motion to move the recommended action with the revisions as attached.
I second the motion.
Trustee Nicolau? Aye. Vice President Richards?
Yes.
President Beggs?
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar?
Yes.
Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
The vote is all in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. We're up to 8.2, Board Policy, first reading. The recommended action is that we conduct a first reading. They have been through the review process. You can see where our committee is busy. These proposed policy revisions include 2015, 2105, 2305, 2320, 2330, 2340, 2345, 2350, 2355, 2360, 2365, 4010, 5075, 7342. And I would also like to thank our attorney for answering questions.
In addition, President Beggs, I was about to say Chair, we have additional revisions that are being recommended for the Board Policy Committee to 2015, 2360, and 2365.
Thank you. So I believe that's all we have to do since this is a first reading.
Thank you so very much.
Okay. So we are now up to 8.3, which is a discussion item that the Board of Trustees approves offering a $500 a month car allowance and a $3,000 a month housing allowance for the following executive cabinet members, chancellor, and college presidents. Turn it over to you.
There's been a lot of discussion about how do we recruit and retain our presidents, and our chancellor's been here for a while. I did a lot of research, looked at a lot of data, spoke with a lot of presidents throughout California. And what I learned is that it seems our salary's fine. It seems that our benefits are good, but it seems that we're missing the boat when it comes to a car allowance and a housing allowance. So what I did is I basically looked at all the different allowances in the CSU and the UCs and other community colleges. And it seemed like pretty standard that $500 was an acceptable car allowance. As far as a housing allowance, we had added a few years ago a $20,000 loan that I believe was forgivable for people that bought homes, but that didn't necessarily solve the problem. So I also took a look at all the various housing stipends, and they were anywhere from a couple $1,000s to $7,000 or $8,000. So I thought $3,000 would be an adequate number. So I just bring this back to the board. I think it's something we should consider. I don't know if we take action tonight. As far as our interim president, I would recommend that he be included for the car allowance because he's certainly driving a lot. Although you may take a pay cut with that $500, I don't know. But it's just something that I think if we're really serious about keeping our chief executive officers, I think it's something that we can consider. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I would like to thank you for the work that that you did on this, Trustee Richards. I'm glad that it was agendized as action/discussion, because when I first saw the packet, I thought action. I thought, oh, that's a little fast, because we'd have an opportunity to kind of maybe understand more of the process that you went through and whoever you collaborated with and all. And so I think I'd like a little time to consider this personally. If there is a vote on it tonight, I would probably vote no, just because of the quick turnaround. But if we can give us another month here, I'd appreciate that.
I have no problem with that. I mean, we're in the midst of recruiting, and we can do stuff retroactively, but I think it's a serious issue that we really need to consider. Now, I love our vice presidents and our vice chancellors, but I'm not including this on this situation. I believe this is just for our chief executive officers. And frankly, the chancellor did not want to be included, but one of my fellow trustees said that he should be included, so that's why he's there. No, I'm more than willing to bring this back at another time.
I have a question based on your research. Did you find that there was any sort of preliminary time before this went into effect with other colleges? Did they wait 6 months or a year to make sure that somebody didn't take the allowance and then hop jobs 9 months later?
No, it was part of the compensation package. And a lot of people that did this negotiate, I mean, there's other things too. Some get airfare for their spouses. There's a whole bunch of things. But I just thought, based on the comments, that I read in some of the newspapers and some of the Facebook and all that stuff, I wanted to see what is it we could do. First of all, I don't buy the Valley's not a good place to live. I moved here from New York, and I've been here 20 years, and my wife and I love it here. And I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And, God's been good to us. We could live anywhere. We chose the Valley. So I don't buy that argument. But I do think when you're going for really top talent, you need to pay. And like I said, the salary's okay. Some are higher, not many are lower. But I do think we're certainly missing the boat on a car allowance. And I know there used to be a car allowance, and then something happened and people decided to take it away and make people fill out monthly forms. But no, I think it's part of the compensation package. And I probably should have talked with the search consultant when she was here. But I think it is something that would make our position more attractive.
I have one more question, maybe from HR, or how is this treated as salary for retirement purposes? Is it not, or is it because when you call it out like this, it's not?
It's expense reimbursement, right? It's not.
Yeah, so
personal.
it's
Not personal.
it's non-pension. Yeah, it's not creditable, I guess is the term, right?
Any other comments? No? Well, I will make mine. This is one of those things that we have different views on. I like the idea of reimbursing people for their mileage, like everybody has to fill out the form, instead of just a blanket $500, because it may be more for somebody like Chad right now. It may be less for some people. Depends on the price of gas. So that's one thing. My other thing is we have people at the top making really high salaries and a $3,000 housing allowance. If we were in San Jose, I'd say yeah. If we were in San Francisco, there's no way you can buy a house there without help. But for here, one of our selling points is that we are more affordable housing wise. So I kind of like what we did before with I think it was at $20,000? Yes. To help somebody make a down payment on a house, because our goal is to have somebody who wants to live here. And if you give me $3,000, I can just rent a place with that. I don't even have to move here, and I can maintain 2 houses. So for me, those are my concerns, but I'm glad we have more time to discuss it and to get more info. But I'm not in favor of it in this form right now at this point, but we'll see what happens with discussion. So, okay. Do we need a motion to put it off another month? No? Okay, great. Thank you.
So would you like me to just agendize it as is, duplicate it for next month? Okay.
All right, next we have 8.4 Columbia College and Careers Pathway Partnership Agreement. And the recommended action is that we adopt it. Where is, oh, here it is. Okay, so first we need to take comments from the public. Do I need to like hit the hammer thing?
Just open up for public comment.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to self-actualize. Okay, so are there any comments from the public? No, okay. So then we need, step 2 is to approve it.
So moved.
Second. Nancy gets the second. Nancy gets the second.
All right. So Darren and Nancy.
Vice President Richards,
That would be a yes.
President Beggs,
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar,
Yes.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Yes.
Trustee Hinton,
Yes.
Trustee Nicolau.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous, motion carries.
All right, next is 8.5. Again, this is the Columbia College and Careers Pathways Partnership Agreement. And again, we need to have public comment if there is any to be made. All right.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay. This one is with Sonora and YCCD.
President Beggs,
Yes.
Trustee Aguilar,
Yes.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Yes.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Vice President Richards.
Yes.
Motion is unanimous, motion carries. The vote is unanimous.
And I think I can safely speak for the whole board that we are really happy to see these agreements. A slew of them in recent months. All right, next up is 8.6, potential bond. This is a discussion item from Trevor Stewart.
Thought we were going to end the meeting early tonight, so. Did I make this?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
We've gone as late as 10:30, so.
Uh, Yes, we had a conversation on a potential bond and board finance, and really great conversation. And we have a lot of time to talk about, well, if we want to do a bond, what is it that we want to build? And so if you can go to the next slide, I really want to focus on a timeline and what it is that we need direction from you as the Board of Trustees at this time. And right now, our goal is to get your direction that we can move forward to have a poll conducted. So again, to go out to our community and seek out what it is they are looking for if we were to have another bond in our district. We know some of the things that interest us. We've talked about gas lines, we've talked about repairs to our facilities that are aging. And we've put together some numbers on that, but we're not here to really worry about what that is at this time. We just want this initial poll to start the work. Now, some of these other things on the agenda, I have to find out here, fall to winter of 2023, update, develop the educational master plan and facilities master plan. Timing is perfect as the colleges are going through their accreditation process. They are already working on their educational master plan. And as that's completed, we will be prepared to work towards the facilities master plan. And you can see the timeline going all the way down to November of 24. So here we are in April of 23 talking about November of 24. There'll be plenty of opportunity for conversation with the board to get your desires to have a finalized facilities master plan, and for that polling to help give us direction from what the community is willing to pay for as it relates to maintaining or building new facilities. Next slide, please. So I did want to give you a little bit of information as to what is the amount that we could go after. Again, I don't really want to focus on this tonight, but by law, we're allowed to go out for up to $25 for $100,000 of assessed valuation as a community college. The K-12s do have a different amount. It's a higher amount, up to $75. But remember, our borders are much wider than an individual K-12 district. I did that. Judy did. So because we have a wider base of taxpayer, the smaller dollar amount is there. And we've presented to Board Finance, we've had other discussions of approximately $200 million of improvements that are needed to maintain our current facilities. But at some point, there could be desire to talk about other facilities that we may need in our district. Next slide. And we give a little bit of an idea of what that could be. The reason why the music building is on this is this qualifies for state funding, and anytime you have the opportunity for the state to provide a significant portion of your project, it's one that we should consider. Our ag is housed on both campuses, both East and West, and it makes sense to consolidate that and to improve their educational facilities that are, I believe, built in the 60s. And Columbia College has been talking about a fire forestry training center, and something that I think would be well received up in that community. In the middle, we essentially are talking about the modernization of our facilities. Again, it starts with what's underground. We heard a presentation on that tonight. And so as we do this polling, the community may tell us, you're overbuilt, or we do want to see these things. And so we really can't get to that point until we do our facilities master plan, and then we hear from the community. And I think that's the last slide, or is there one more? Okay, so as it relates to that middle section, here are those ideas behind what is a modernization, right? It's a lot of the stuff that doesn't have the sizzle that we can see. Although, you know, you look at a room like this, and this room has sizzle. And so I do believe that we can through modernization, really take our older spaces and improve them to a quality educational place for students to learn. So I think that now is the last slide. And again, so any comments or questions?
I think for the to follow up on the comments that came out of board finance, I think as long as we stay focused on students first and utilizing the money to improve education on both campuses, I think it's a win-win. Obviously we're going to be taking care of maintenance and all of that and demoing buildings, because I think it makes perfect sense to take the ag instructional building on the East Campus and basically taking that whole footprint and moving it out here to where, it's better, it's more modern, and you don't have students having to go back and forth between the academic portion and the lab portion of their classes. It's all right here. The music building, obviously, but I think as long, and let's not forget, if we can't find funding anywhere else, I mean, we get the fitness center involved in that as well. So I think as long as we stay focused on students first and student focused, I don't think we can go wrong. So.
I think it's important to make sure that we're not with an oversight again and get caught like we did with the gas line. I know we said we're not going to talk about, but we've got a very old East Campus also. And we had to close the West Campus for a few days. I mean, if it hits over in the East Campus, which is our, so-called bread and butter, there'd be a lot more things that would be closed, and they'd be closed for a lot longer. So I think it's something that we need to have our engineering, and have that part of a bond if we're going to do it, so that we have, well, they took it off, but it's not just the gas. We need to have all of our wiring and our infrastructure made sure that it's safe for our students and our staff. I mean, that's so important. I mean, if if a small portion blows up, even if one person's life is taken, it's too many. So we need to make sure that our campus is safe for people to attend. That's all.
Let's imagine that we did have a poll go out or a survey. Has there ever been a survey questions about maybe facilities, satellite type facilities, say on the east side of Stanislaus County, acquiring some land and providing some space for kids who commute, have a long commute either to Modesto or to Columbia? Is that could that be a question that gets asked and something like that? Or,
It could be, and it was a part of the 2004 Measure E. We do have a couple of parcels that we chose as things changed not to build upon.
Because you mentioned how large the footprint is of this district, and so we would be assessing, values all throughout the district, and there are folks who are saying, well, that's they think of that facility that's so far away, where is something maybe closer to where we live? And so go a little bit deeper. There has been parcels that were talked about, or were they actually purchased?
We have a couple of parcels.
Okay.
Weren't there problems with requirements that made it difficult for us to build on them? That's what I recall. It was before my time, but
not to build on it. And what's interesting about that conversation, and I'm not the instruction person, but COVID has taught us a lot as well about how students learn in a classroom. But I think that the two programs that we put on here are your CTE programs, which seem to be those that do require the in-person instruction. And so as we go through the educational master plan and facilities master plan at each of the colleges, we'll get a good idea as to what the needs are for each college.
I was very pleased that Lana said that they were really looking at the different modalities and how it affected student success, so that we're actually evaluating the different modalities. Yes, Judy, I think you know, because I remember wasn't there something in Andy Martini's?
Yes.
Yeah.
You actually have 3 parcels of land that were purchased, one in Patterson. You have 3 separate parcels that equate to 1 in Turlock, and then also 1 in Angels Camp. What they were having difficulty getting was the amount of students in those areas to declare them a center, which then provides funding to the particular site. So as you will, you would have to have instructional staff and CSEA members to be able to, be in those facilities. So those monies would be pulled away from their sister sites to fund these particular, offsite centers. So I agree with Trevor that we're moving into a little bit different modality now. Right now, we're looking at those other pieces of property from the perspective of, as you do in community college system, is potential land banking, because there is, especially in the Patterson site, that land acquisition was a very smart land acquisition. It has potential in that particular area.
Well, the survey might, give us a go, no go on something like that. I mean, I just would like to see the question asked.
Absolutely.
Trevor, am I good? I love the idea of listening to the community on this. So tell me more about how you plan to solicit feedback.
With your direction, we've utilized I'm going to call them a financial advisor, a group that has assisted us through the refundings that we've done that have saved the taxpayer. His quote to me yesterday was $25 million over the last couple of refundings that we've done that have saved taxpayers' future interest costs. So this individual will help guide us in selecting the consultant to go out and do that poll. And so we will really have that opportunity to even see a draft of those questions to inform those questions. And so I can't tell you exactly what will be in there until we start to work with this firm, excuse me.
Thank you. So I have less concerns of what is being asked at this point and more along the lines that we have multiple methods of extending those questions, right? Print, electronic, phone, whatever. I just don't want to rely on one form of communication only.
We all don't like this is, extend your warranty on your vehicle. So we tend to ignore those sort of calls. So I
just want to make sure that we tailor to all age groups within our community and not focus on one.
I would also mention that you just spoke about a group. The city of Modesto, the city of Turlock, the school board, they've been very successful in passing these referendums with local political consultants. So I strongly encourage you not to limit your search to some financial firm that you might have used before, when we have qualified people right here in the Valley that, frankly, I never thought any of these things would pass, and they all were landslides.
I have a question on going out to the public, and this comes from this last year. I was on the Modesto City Redistricting Committee, and we sent out invites to the community to come and hear what we had to say, view the maps, and comment on it. We spent quite a bit of time on it, but had a very disappointing turnout of the community. So I would like us to make sure that we are doing something that will get members out to the best of our ability, because we had, for that big of a deal, and we did it for several months, we had 5 people from the community. That's the whole city of Modesto that came to look at what we were doing. So that was very disheartening, but I would like to make sure, as they've said, to do it different, mobilities and things that we can use to get people to attend and hear what we have to say.
We are up to 9.1, request for future board agenda items.
I'm going to say it one more time. I've been promised that next month we'll have it, but I've brought it up multiple times now for the Lutheran funding that we've seen over the last couple years at least, that what it's for and when's the last time it's been looked at, it maybe possibly changing something. Are we in a contract? How much do we have to continue to pay? Because it's not chump change. It's quite a bit. And I'm just concerned that there might be something else we can do. It's for housing for certain students at MJC.
Okay, so we're going to look at the efficiency or inefficiency of that, whatever it is, and just understanding it better. All right, we're up to comments from the Board of Trustees.
President Beggs, if I can just, with response to my conversation earlier with Trustee Hinton, so it will also include basic needs.
Right.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, let's start with Jenny.
No comment.
Okay. Antonio? See a pattern here. Nancy?
I would just like to thank those that are leaving their position, Lana, Dimitri. I'm going to leave somebody off, so I'm going to quit saying anybody, but thank you for your service. Thank you for being a part of us and for opening yourselves up to listen to what we've had to say when we've called and asked you questions and stuff. And just appreciate those that have retired. Have a great life. Come back and see us because you will be missed. And I will hold Lana accountable for bringing a bunch of new employees down here because she knew she was leaving today, but she did make that commitment and it's on tape.
All right, Don?
Just briefly, I wanted to thank Ellen McKissick for our opportunity to meet and for the fuller understanding that you provided to me on the role of the faculty liaison to the board. And I came away with a greater understanding and the importance of that position and how you serve so well in it. And I want to thank you for that.
Nope. Okay, Darren.
Graciela, can you bring up my farewell PowerPoint for Dimitri? It shouldn't take long. Just kidding, bud. No, I had a chance to be on the West Campus for the Latinx Comic Festival. What a great turnout, particularly from the community. And being an old car guy, I kind of tended to be on that side of the event, but it was nice talking with people and everything on the West Campus. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have much either. I really enjoyed the early childhood education. It was so nice to have it so crowded that we had to go scavenge for more chairs, and our president went looking for chairs for us. That was a wonderful problem to have. Yeah. So that was wonderful. We have a lot more pinnings and smaller unit graduations to go to in the next couple weeks. So we'll see people at those. So thank you very much for being here. This meeting and the regular and special meeting is adjourned at 7:45. The next meeting, however, will be at is it going to be here again? Because we still don't, we keep trying to go to Columbia, but we don't have the technology yet. So anyway, our next meeting is on May 10th. Closed session will begin at 3 and open session at 5:30. Thank you and good night.
Wait, if I may, student trustee?
Oh, thank you. I need to see that, but thank you. Are you there? There you are. I'm sorry.
No, no worries. I just wanted to say to thank both MJC and ACC for their hard work, especially for the students. I know it's final weeks coming up, so I want to wish best of luck to those students who are having their finals. And I also graduate this semester, so I wanted to share it with you guys now that I'm continuing. I'm going to continue my journey to Stan State to continue my career in Masters for Psychology and Spanish. I thank you all for the time. I'll see you guys next meeting, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we get to see you in person.
I hope so too.
Okay, hope you feel better. Thank you.